Sorry, folks. I'm just doing the tweets and stuff, and I'm realizing I could just start tagging all the stuff that I posted. Like Final Fantasy 14. Okay, yes. Delete, delete, delete. Bob T. Goldfish does not have threads, so I'll delete him. Jordan has the threads. He doesn't want you following him on his threads. So if I go here and I go so STO doesn't appear to have threads, but we'll tag Star Trek and just put online. We'll do that. Post it. And then Mastodon over on the Mastodon.social server. Yeah, nobody. I don't know how to tag people in Mastodon. You might not even be able to tag people in Mastodon. You might just, who knows? That or nobody uses Mastodon. I'm starting off in Star Trek Online. I might switch over to Final Fantasy 14. But, you know, I just wanted to start in Star Trek Online. I got 10 minutes to finish getting all these things straight. As I stayed idly in the middle of the dance floor. Alright, let's see here. We have a Frary gets one of those. A Natara can get one of those. Hi, Natara. A General Chatter can get one of those. And we'll tag my... live stream updates. We'll just drop a bomb in my commander pod. Let's see who shows up. All right. We got 7 minutes for the before we go hunt hornies. So we'll fly around on a jetpack. You know, let's go look at the vendor. Baseball wave, calisthenics, tap dance. I don't need consumables. Kelvin wetsuit, that's kind of cool. Choo choo shirt. I should give these lol nuts to my Klingon. You can come get the Sons of None shirt. Because I believe that's the name of the fleet that my Klingon is in. It's called the Sons of None. There's nothing. There's not a whole bunch of stuff. Buy one of these cats. Power board to be dummy expensive. There we go. Push them into the water, Natara. Let's see if I can do it. Let's see if I can do it. I don't think I can because they're NPC. They're shop vendor NPCs. But I don't even have a shove. I don't even have like a push emote. Headbutt. Chapow. Ugh, I play dress up. Also dress up my bridge officers. How are you, Natara? True endgame content is very true. It's very true. But I am doing the summer content on Ryza, ergo. I wear my on the East Coast hanging with your dad. Hi, Natara's dad, and welcome to the East Coast, Natara. Depending on region of the East Coast, you could be near me. Nope, I'm not in Newfoundland. You're in the future. Nope, I am many hours south of you. Flying around on a jetpack. Wait, why was there weird noises in that cave? Now I'm curious. Oh, it could just be the echoing of my jetpack. It was just the echoing of my jetpack. Oh, well, that's cool. They didn't do the jetpack races this year. That, or I'm misremembering which event is the jetpack races. Because there used to be ones where you'd have to like fly through hoops. And one of them I remember was around this tower, and like you had a corkscrew around this lighthouse, and then dive. Yeah, it was a pretty cool little event. Into the sunset. I am familiar with the Hornies. Now, I don't think I've ever asked you, Natara, how familiar are you with the universe unto itself of Star Trek? Star trekking across the universe, boldly going forward. Nope, Mr. Horgan. Come back, you. Well, I guess you must know something about Star Trek because you were the one commenting about gold press platinum and whatnot last time I was off here doing solo stuff. Do you have a favorite show? You're out of date. That's fine. Being out of date is okay. You grew up watching Next Gen, so that's super special, but DS9 is your favorite. Nice. I think DS9 will be a forever favorite for us here on 321 TV. Strange New Worlds is quickly taking that. And I know Bob is a huge fan of the lower decks as well. The only downside to Strange New Worlds and Lower Decks, unfortunately, is at least here in the States they're Paramount Plus exclusive. Don't know where you can find them outside of the States. Yeah, yo ho ho, I suppose. Discovery season 1 lacked. Season 2 was slightly better. Um, because it gave us the crew of the Enterprise for uh, Strange New Worlds. Uh,
You found 10 organs. Come and get lost like you found quite a few organs.
cool. Done with that. Um, and so you get some really interesting sort of backstory, extra backstory for Captain Pike and the crew of the Enterprise for if you watch season 2. Um, and then seasons 3 through 5 were okay. Um, I did not enjoy Picard at all. Um, Next Generation also doesn't hold uh, the highest for me in terms of where it ranks. Um, Story. It has some of my favorite episodes, but like, it's not really. It was never really my favorite Star Trek series to watch. Um, but then what else is out there? Lower Decks is just fun. Um, I was telling somebody that when they announced that Seth MacFarlane was making a Star Trek TV show, you would have expected Lower Decks. What we got instead was the Orville, which was fantastic, in my opinion. As I find my band hammer. Thank you. Um, you expected Lower Decks. Instead, you got the Orville, which is some fantastic Star Trek all the way around, all the way through. I think it's some fantastic Star Trek. Um, and the fact that they got so many Star Trek alumni to guest on it, to guest direct episodes, um, just speaks to the power of the project. Um, I haven't watched Section 31, the movie, yet. So I guess that's kind of a bit on the list. Uh, yeah, I've heard mixed things. I think there might be a day, because where am I at? We are going to change characters now. Oh, before I do that, um, let me show off some of my. I showed you my Klingon ship, but let me show off some of my Federation ships before I switch over to doing Klingon stuff. Um, Also, let's just make sure that I actually got the credit for the event. I did get the credit for the event. Okay. First and foremost, this is the main ship I'm working on right now. A gold-plated Ferengi Marauder. Let us you want to find one that's fun to sort of pop in and out on, Star Trek Prodigy I thought was a lot of fun. I enjoyed that one. That one I believe is on Netflix. Yeah, I think that's from the weird time where they weren't sure what they were doing with it, and ended up on Netflix. Well, this is indeed Ferengi. It's a gold-plated Ferengi Marauder. And this is when I was telling you the other day about like the tier sixes leveling up with you. All tier six ships have these little mastery tiers that sort of make your ship better and better the more you fly it. Approach station. Beam to station. So this is the uniform that is sort of canonical for in universe within Star Trek Online. Though the one I prefer wearing is this one, which is the captain's uniform from seasons 3 through 5 of Star Trek Discovery. Ships, that's what I was showing off. My ship collection. Alright, who do I have active? Oh! I've got one of those birds of prey that I was showing you last time. An Intel scout vessel. This must have been a pickup from a special event recently. The Andrews. This is basically an aircraft carrier ship. The Bethesda. This one, exploration cruiser, tier 6. So this is going to be Galaxy. Let's go find out. Customized ship. Might be... yeah, Galaxy. There we go. So there's my... I have a Galaxy and the different variants of Galaxy. There. The Garrett, which is an Appalachian class blockade runner. Not much different to that one. Gunpowder Falls, my Defiant class attack ship. Holland, which I haven't had any chance, I haven't renamed because I haven't done anything with. But this one turns into my favorite class of ship. Which is... Well, first and foremost, it turns into a Centaur, the Centaur. Hey, Frary. The Centaur class, which is the ship from the Star Trek Resurgence, the sort of Telltale game that they put out. So they put out like a Star Trek visual novel, Telltale style game, and this is the ship that you play on in that. But my favorite class of ship, and let's put some darker material on it so it's not blinding everybody. But my favorite ship, the Miranda. But yeah, there you go. Miranda class. Not with the Type 8. Oh my god. It's a tiny ship. It's a very small ship. It's the ship that the Reliant from Star Trek Wrath of Khan. You can mix and match the part. Oh yeah, let me show you this part, Natara, because I didn't show you that with the Galaxy. But like I can come in here and I can change the body, and we'll put the Centaur nacelles on it, and the actually, I'm not gonna lie, this now looks like a really dope uh, build. Kind of like the look of that. That's pretty cool. But yeah. Alright, who's next? The Maryland. As you can see, this is the 6th or 7th rendition of my primary ship that I've used. McHenry. This is a Vorgon ship. Ah, this one should be familiar to people out on the stream. I go over here. Beam. It's the Voyager. I don't even remember where I picked that one up from. So many of these things, I don't know where I picked them up from. Alright. And then Sovereign class starship there. That's a new one. But this one's my favorite. To fly. This is one of my favorites to fly around in. Oh, that was a free promo. Okay. So this is the Protostar, which is the hero ship from Star Trek Prodigy, the sort of pre-teeny animated series on Netflix. But the reason why this is probably one of my favorite to fly around in is I have to go into deep space real quick. Oh god. V'ger. First and foremost, let's admire how pretty it is, just in general. She is a very pretty ship. Can I just say, I love how the bridge is this nice, clear, open bridge on this ship. Just great. Very pretty ship. Alright, but we are departing from the system. Look at how cool that looks when you're flying. Which is kind of the effect in the way the ship morphs itself from the TV show when it does its quantum slipstream drive. But, like, come on. I'm just going to fly like this till I run out. I don't even know if this one will run out of its slipstream drive. Till I either hit a wall. Oh, nope, there I go. Dropping back out. Oh, I must have hit a wall. Yep, I hit a wall. There we go. Where did I end up? Oh. Oh, dang. Far side of the Klingon Empire, apparently. Well, that is a long time it will run on its slipstream. I did not realize. Also, 90 seconds. That's pretty nuts. Alright, I want to come to a stop. Alright. So yeah, that was my I wasn't even all of my ships. I don't know why I stopped. Those are just the ones that I had ready to I have ready to go for me to Pajam Vulcan. Wolf 359. Oh, Sullivan's Fellowship. That's where the SCS is. Got it. Alright, entering the Sol system. I will say the Science Dreadnought from this new box, this new bundle, looks pretty cool. Alright. Typhon Temporal Battlecruiser, that was a prize reward for something, for an event. And my Sovereign class we already looked at. Dry Dock. So this is one of the cool things about, I think about this game, is like many things where you don't have necessarily the sort of a bank for your ships. So you can see here I've got some Breen starships. I've got another, this must have been from when I was leveling the character up, and I got the Galaxy class, because that's not a T6 ship, it's not a tier 6 ship, it's just a basic ship. Command battle cruisers, there's my Odyssey class ships there. Another carrier, my temporal ships. Yeah. Tour of all of my ships. But for now, we're going to switch over. We're going to switch over to my Klingon. And we're going to drop this quest because I don't need it.
I put everything with...
And we're going to sign up for a random dungeon. I would do a tour of my Klingon ships, but a lot of my Klingon ships are just sort of like rando Star Trek Online exclusive ships. They're not like... There's nothing special about them. Like I'm flying this weird hybrid Klingon Federation Romulan Jem'Hadar fighter. Oh,
Isaac
this
data
one.
from Jupiter Station. It's our job to stop them. Engage their ships when you can, especially those that are actively trying to breach the station's computers.
Here they come. All ships, battle station.
A welcoming committee. We're just here for your data.
We've been
Handed over and no one will get hurt.
That. All ships, engage the terrorist fleet.
This isn't over, and believe that.
Enterprise, Defiant, take some ships and take her down. The rest of you, stay alert. This isn't over yet. I'm picking up more ships through the rims. Close them if you can. Activate the holo projectors. Let's hope they get the job done. Defend the holo projectors as best you can. We've got hostiles on the station. They're breaching our system. Need to get those rims under control. Protector Gamma now. We've got hostiles on the station. They're breaching our system. Protector Gamma is ours. Need to get those rims under control. Need to clear out the ships at Jupiter. Rims aren't going to close themselves. We've got hostiles on the station. They're breaching our
Not gonna lie, it would be very nice if, you know, some of my team might actually do
Errands now. Protect the base. Need to get those rims under control.
Nope, I died. I've forgotten how finicky pilot ships can be. Jesus.
Are you kidding me with this? My ships made me invincible. Give up already.
Oh, just the way I fly. They'll do their rolls and their lunges and their...
Don't even try, MC.
I'll have to figure out how to turn that off. Because that was my thing, is I think the double tap is still turned on.
Well done.
Understood. Alright, so... Disable double tap key roll. There we go. Alright. Let's see where I stand. $83 out of 150. Get in there. We're gonna rotate games. What do you mean my password's incorrect? Oh. how is everyone out there in viewership land doing today? Justin back to work after a week of vacation.
Good on, true friend.
John on true friend. I'm not ready to
Seems to be in the home of the traitor.
I was.
Hey, Ferry. How you doing? Pray tell, why were you in the Waking Sands?
I was doing a little something I needed to stop in there. Just to pop in and say hi.
Okay.
Doo-doo-doo. Bum, 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 bum.
Hi, Natara. Heading off said erranding, but hopefully I'll be back before you're finished. Ooh.
Oh, yummy.
And a fruit. Go here. I'll have a quick run around the Heathrow Plaza. Sailboat. There's a sprout here called Barrel Help. Where are we headed? We're headed
Longers Reach.
back to Longers Reach. I will meet you there. Oh, looky what I got.
Ooh, very pretty. Which
No,
one's...
Alizade's not the only one with a funky sword.
Oh, the Hailstorm Rapier.
Yeah. I think this is actually the model that Alizade's sword uses. So.
All right, Lise.
Ace. Arenvold's adventure. Ace seems troubled. So,
Mad King Leoric? What?
yeah, right.
If only there was a system of government that embraced everyone and their uncle having having an opinion.
Yeah, right. Reach is yours, Nargo. Don't do anything, Hollywood. Right, I'm off to invade Doma. A spot of adventure, you say? Do we have to bring him?
That's what we do, I suppose.
What we do, I suppose. Small emergency has popped up. I'll be right back.
All right. Just rather not wear the helmet. So, Frary, how was your vacation? Oh, alcohol and family drama. Where would we be without you? Much more relaxed. But that's good to hear. That it was at least overall relaxing. So my friend picked up this interesting little RPG rulebook for me called Fabula Ultima, and it's basically JRPG style rules, but tabletop. Yeah. I look forward to perusing that. And it's my collection of tabletop role-playing games. What do I have? I got Gladiator. Reaper's what I was on the way to unlock before Bob got here. Viper and Pictomancer, I think I need to be 80 to unlock. I'd say I should change jobs for the post patch, but I don't have anything. I'd have to get Reaper or Sage because I'd have to be 70. No, water's not diveable. It's swimmable though, but not diveable. Oh man. I still do not like the look of that sword.
Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
One emergency turned into 2 emergencies, which turned into 3 emergencies, which went back down to 1 emergency. That's now back at 2 emergencies, and I just need to have a quick conversation with Amy when she gets home in about 10 minutes.
Right.
Oh. Right, I need to talk to Arnvold again.
Yep.
Right, let's do that. Did we decide who was voicing Arnvold?
No, but I don't mind doing it.
Alright.
Right then, let's go find Master Leviar. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte, and we'll be along shortly. See you there.
I could fly in Ravnus Reach.
Yep.
I can fly every bloody where else.
Just not in the cities.
That's fair, I suppose.
Waiting at the destination. Greetings. It would seem that we are to accompany Arnvold in some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy, Theodric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the First ended with Raga's Reach being burned to the ground. In the latter years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor sods he put to death became the property of the king, and it said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty? You assume correctly. And I would also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known. Others must have surely gone in search for your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the palace upside down in hopes of claiming the easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk and uncovered not a single coin, their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Troves remains simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine the 3 of us delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart racing. not entirely sure what shadow boxing has to do with anything that we just did, but
I'm guessing they just wanted to give the emote out. Alright. So how was your weekend, friend?
it was alright.
Yeah?
Yeah. Worked late Friday and Saturday, and Sunday. A friend of mine who since moved away stopped through on his way to family vacation,
That's awesome.
and we finally finished the Avatar deck building game after losing the final chapter like 4 times in a row.
Oh, the legacy thing?
Yeah, the
So
Aang's
I
Legacy.
I did like the first mission of that as like a demo,
Uh-huh.
and it felt okay.
We really like the Harry Potter one.
Yeah.
That this is basically just an Avatar: The Last Airbender version of
skin.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's some really cool mechanics that they have in it, because you can recruit allies, and part of
Yeah.
recruiting the allies unlocks you bending potential, which allows you to then use the more powerful like bender cards.
Or spells, yeah.
Yeah.
A legacy game I really want to get my hands on, but that I know has a copy. Alright, let's talk that awful nerd, shall we? The darkness below. You can almost see the wheels turning in awful nerd's head. Upset.
The news of Doma and Alamigo's liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the Empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion, which means the Guardians must surely have their hands full. What better time now than to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Arenvold, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well,
Dalmasca from Final Fantasy XII. Interesting.
judging by how the other treasure hunt has fared, nosing about the palace isn't likely to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to ask around. Would there be...
Makes sense. I know that the Era came or something.
Yep. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied Archivists and request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Guardians are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during their occupation, the event is certain to be recorded. In the meantime, you two can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials in Theodric's day. Given that there would have been at least 20 at the time, you'll be looking for people who've seen 40 summons or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Ironvod, pray try your luck in the fringes and the peaks, whilst the adventurers make the rounds in the Alamigan Quarter. Ha! And there I was thinking I was the party leader. Not that I mind. Of course, let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbard's Gate. I'll set us up a transport to the Alamigan Quarter.
Yeah, while you're doing that, Amy just got home, so I'll be right back.
Right. But yes, so for the viewers out there, if you like deck building games, especially cooperative deck building games, and ones that have a bit of a narrative to them, I highly recommend trying to get your hands on a copy of Avatar: Aang's Legacy. I'm a big fan of cooperative over competitive games, especially since I was kind of bullied in my youth by my family for how I played competitive games. So, any opportunity I get to play a good co-op game, definitely out for me.
Right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
Ah,
Now, a legacy game I am excited to crack into here soon
yeah.
is I have the Flashpoint Legacy game. Flashpoint being a firefighting game.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um, so yeah, very excited to crack that open and.
Yeah, I was hearing what you were saying about enjoying co-op games more than competitive games, and I completely agree. I also think it's a little more difficult to design a very good cooperative game.
Indeed.
All right, talking to this guy.
The middle-aged
Alice?
Highlander.
No, not me, lass. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions up on the divine audience. Anyone, and I do mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown, was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice to say that I stayed as far away from the palace as possible.
Ooh, we can fly an Alamigo.
Yes, we can.
Speaking to the
What's
Mitch.
your main? Go ahead.
You want to hear old maid stories, do you? Aye, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see his royal majesty when he deigned to attend the executions he ordered, and after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. Say he started seeing assassins in every shadow, and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered to work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat.
Doofer. Retired Rogadin.
Rugadin!
I served the palace treasure of King Theodoric, and I left to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life and one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which, of course, were under order to ignore. So we'd stand as still as statues, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're else bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and talk to old Ernold. He was the king's head scribe.
Yes, I'm Arnold. What do you want with me? You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories. Yet if Alamir goes to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodric's paranoia and the public executions of his kinsmen. Those were horrible enough, but in his last days the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of a hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into darkness below the palace. Even now, my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it's a kindness that the monarchy ended with him.
Oh,
What's up?
boom, 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 boom. Small point of order, Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
We are apparently still playing Star Trek Online.
There we go.
Hooray!
Alright, Arnfold. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasures, and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact of the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist, or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, adventurer? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Turned into monsters? What could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder?
Dude, we literally did a whole dungeon that was about people turning into monsters. Remember Hakuke Manor? No? Alright.
Yeah, he doesn't remember. It's because we went in with just other members of the Adventurers Guild. I met an old man Nalagiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said not of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning her a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him? Alright, Bob, where are we going with this one?
Oh. His fear seemed genuine.
If he was
I'm
afraid...
scared of stuff that doesn't exist. Like climate change, am I right, Republicans?
Indeed. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps our search. Do not be so hasty. Errol's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden, but ere I share my theory, there is a matter I would clarify. Arnvold, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it. But you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood.
Don't tell an awful nerd he's right. We'll never get his ego out of the room.
Nope. Especially not in this room that we're standing in right now.
Do you mean the big outside one?
Indeed.
Yeah.
A man of Garlean blood. I trust you know what I mean when I say my Alamegan mother did not welcome her arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emergent third eye, like the kind you see in pure-blood Garleans. My mother did not care for the taunting reminder of my heritage, and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out into the street. I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, or worse. Best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived, but I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually I left the city behind me and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and the road led me to the company of the Scions. I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well what poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theurgic's gold, I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Arnvold, and I apologize. That cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, are you content to surrender the treasure to Arnvold's noble cause and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward?
No! I mean, what?
Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you are minded to hear it.
Oh, take the casting coffer, please. Ready when you are.
Alright, Alpha now.
Bad King's Trove. Alphino seems eager to share his theory.
Actually, mayhap it'd be better if we first adjourn to a more suitable location. In case of rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reason, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Seld. Hey, 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 5-foot loading screen. Get fucked. Hey. Sorry.
The fact you just fly over that is just so stupid. Why is it a loading screen?
I only went there. I only walked over there to talk to that guy specifically so I could fly over him. Here they are.
You know, when he said the southern shore, I was expecting him to be on the shore, not in the water.
Alright, Alphino. Forgive me. It is not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wish to have the lock in sight while I explain things. Prior to the great flood of the Sixth Umbral Calamity, the salt lakes you see here before you were yet dry ravines. And this, believe it or not, is the site of this ancient city of Scala, which rose and fell during the Fifth Astral Era. From what we know of that period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war, yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace mentioned by Theodric's former scribe was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Scala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kingsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodric wanted to keep the ruins secure. What, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know that the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance to the old city would have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. We, however, can have certain adventures they do not enjoy. Warrior of Light, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route to the ruins? While you do that, Arnvald and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. Alright.
Alright, let's see here.
Submarine!
Discover a passage that appears to lead under the palace foundations. Press on and see where it goes. I'll tell you where it goes, mate. Absolutely fucking nowhere. Unless that thing took away a door.
No, but it gave us a door that we can click on now.
Ah. Come to a worn stone door, standing temptingly ajar. It appear you have found an entrance to the subterranean ruins.
It's Alpha now. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a teleportation portal concealed by enchantments. The markings indicate it leads to an underground cavern. What news on your end? And you believe it leads into the ruins? Then I dare say we'll be able to meet within. Go on and head through the door. By the way, I took the liberty of calling on a friend for help. I guarantee she's both dependable and discreet. We'll see you soon. Alright. Now our usual person is not here for us.
I'm going to give you the lead if you don't mind taking all of this for a moment.
Sure thing. We're going to give a couple minutes for people from the FC to chime in and see if they want to join us. If anyone's on. A couple people are. So we're waiting. While we're waiting, we were talking co-op board games earlier. What are some people's favorites?
It's really hard to not talk about Legendary, right?
Indeed, big fan. That is almost I would say almost I don't want to say archetypical, doesn't sound like the right word for that. But cooperative deck builder game, like that's like the first thing that jumps out there for you.
Yeah. Yeah.
That would be Upper Decks Marvel cooperative deck builder, where you take.
Well, Legendary is just Legendary. It's got lots of different skins.
Oh, that's true because now they have all the encounters.
There's like a Buffy one. There's like a Aliens one. There's like a.
I have Firefly.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if Bob didn't have James Bond.
I only have the Legendary one, honestly. I only have the base Marvel one. I don't really have a whole lot of people to play board games with.
I gotcha.
So, Dice Throne Adventures, deserves a shout out. I'm not sure if this one counts, but Deception Murder in Hong Kong is really good. It's one where one of you is a murderer and the other, like, however many have to figure out who the murderer is.
I've played that one. That's a good one.
I mean, I think we would all be remiss without talking about Hero Quest.
Oh yeah. That's like the granddaddy. That's like the granddaddy of cooperative board games.
If you want a video of people playing a cooperative board game and nearly losing their minds, I wholeheartedly recommend you look up No Rolls Barred playing the Back to the Future board game.
Oh yeah.
It's very funny. Yeah. It's a game that on its surface feels very, very simple, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the moment the dice turn against you, everything is a problem.
Oh dear. I always get a big hoot out of watching Will Wheaton's Tabletop, where they play Forbidden Desert with Alan Tudyk, putting on 7 pairs of sunglasses to protect himself from the sunshine as the sun beats down.
Stance, Jordan. Before we forget.
Starts. Hang on, I need to address this bard's gear.
Uh-huh.
That is fantastic looking. Get back here, you rat bastards.
The bard is like, well, I'm just going to act like it was my first time. So I said, you could have just said, yeah, me too, and we would never have known.
I was gonna
Those
say-
definitely look like eggs.
Yep. I was like, do I just Leroy Jenkins it, or are they gonna pop on their own? Talk about a mechanism I haven't actually seen done in like almost any other MMO for a dungeon.
I mean, yes.
Don't step on the dragon eggs from Blackrock Spire.
It's done again later in Legion again.
But I don't see it. I haven't seen it in any other MMOs. Like WoW is the only one I can think of that has done the don't. Can you navigate through this section of the map without stepping on anything? Everything else I see and I feel just does what they did here, which is, yeah, they're gonna pop out. even the Borg dungeons in Star Trek Online, the Borg just come out of their spots. There's nothing you can do to try to avoid awakening more of them.
Yeah.
Alright, Kelpie. I'm gonna run away from this. This has got a thing called Hydro Pool going. Get close.
You mean get close?
It's got a thing called push about to go.
Yeah, when you say get close, you have to define get close to what? There were other things on the screen at the time.
Run away from the Kelpie.
You're the only person alive.
Nope. The healer seems to have made it.
I don't get how we're supposed to avoid that. What's going on there? I'll be honest with you.
I think Rising Seas might be an arena wide.
No, what happens is we get these balls put on us like this,
Uh-huh.
and then he does like this, which move when you run away from them, which move towards us, and then when he does that push thing, like it pushes us into the.
Oh. I don't know.
And it gets to a point when there's 3 DPS alive, that like the entire arena is covered.
Splish, splash, splish, splash, splish, splash. Cool. So we got that coffer of accessories, right?
Mhm.
And then immediately get a dungeon. And the gear in the dungeon is worse than the coffer of accessories.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Love that for us.
Full aggro. Ba-dum, ba-bum, bum, bum, ba-bum, bum, bum.
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello. The old one. I'm a bunny. Good at the moment, thank you. These light bridges are kind of cool.
They are. Very ominous looking. Ooh.
Can't remember the names.
I think
Oh, it's very talking about the
board games.
Operative game stuff that we were talking
Yeah.
about.
Hello.
You're cute.
It's fluffy. Prodric Poison Tongue, eh? Oh god.
It's you and the bard.
Nope. I'll have to keep an eye out, see if I see an eye flash. It's an eye mechanic. Okay. Scala.
Let's give it one more try.
Okay, so there should be an eye mechanic for that one.
Alright. Alright. Let's punch this guy in the face.
Let's stomp this nerd.
Yeah.
So this one's going to jump up. Or spin, whatever. I have fire, turn and look away from him.
Good call outs, Jordan. Thank you.
Look away from them. Shit. Mind being behind him. Run away from him. Get out from in front of him. Look away from him.
I was definitely looking away from him. Fucking snapshots, man.
Stay out from behind him. Running away. Get out from in front. And GG's.
The lady use the wreck.
No idea.
How much good would I have to pay for passing those pants? Consider it done. Consider it done. I will pass on those pants. Commend that man to you.
I did.
So thank you. On with the plot, shall we? So we can get to a point where I have a voice to do. Now, you know how I felt for most of Stormblood.
Yes. That's why I was volunteering to do Ironfold. I have a feeling she might just be a random adventurer
Yeah.
that we get to that tags along with us for this.
It's this Jumma Dolva that stood here. He's probably one of the people you bring along for the duty.
Oh yeah.
This is solo.
All right, Alphino.
Yeah, talking to him.
Anvold and I tried to do our fair share, but I fear you ended up bearing the bulk of the burden as usual. You truly led the way with your adventuring prowess, my friend. Oi, without your help, I reckon we'd still be fumbling about in the dark. I'm glad I called on you. I must say, I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What, like how you reeled at the sight of the floating spectre, you mean? I wish you could have seen the look on your own face, Alphino. But must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters.
Small question.
What's up?
What floating spectre? There wasn't any ghosts in there that floated.
Unless you count the weird things with the dark elementals.
I suppose.
I don't know. They didn't give me a typing when I selected them.
All right. Arrenvold. The butcher's blood. Arrenvold is still grinning at Awfulner's discomfort.
All jesting aside, we must tell people good news, and I think Lise should be the first. Seconded. She is bound to be delighted.
If I am no longer needed, I shall take my leave.
Of course, don't let us keep you. Thanks again, and say hello to Ma for me. Now then, there's to be a meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so Lisa's sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? Alright. Hey. 5-foot loading screen. Get foot? Did we have to go back to talk to him? No. But I'm going to do it every chance I get now. Alright, talking to Lise.
Talking to Lise. Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What have you been up to?
I'm glad you asked. I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer.
joking. The Mad King's Trove? I thought it was a myth.
So plenty of our people. And they didn't have the adventures in Alphino in that party. Credit for fun should really go to them. As for what to do with it all, I vote it goes toward alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor.
Gods, if there's as much as you say.
And vote to not exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I've taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, they should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies.
Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for. That goes for the spending of it as well.
I nominate Estinian be in charge of that. It's funny because it becomes a joke later in the game that he doesn't know how to use money.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Oh, there's one thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead.
Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice you can give us, nerd.
Of course, I shall be at your disposal.
Commander, we've got a problem. Deep breaths. Tell me what happened. Mobs gathered outside headquarters and they started making demands. You best come see for yourself. Step back, all of you.
That was a voiced thing for me.
That line wasn't for me for some reason.
Oh. Alright, Lise.
Give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
What? This appears to be the longest of the post-patch stuff. Well, longest quest-wise, number of quest-wise, but
Alright, I'm back. What were you saying?
I'm just looking at the wiki, and this looks to be the post patch that has the longest set of quests, the most set of quests.
Okay.
Out of the 6 post patches, 5.5, because 4.56, which is the part 2 to 4.5, is only 2 quests long.
Alright. Let's talk to Lise, shall we?
Indeed.
My thanks. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away.
'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas the same rage which brought us to our feet and carried us to victory. But now the war is over. Their unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance.
It's not just here. You've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk who now have cooperated with the Guardians. Starts with insults most often. Someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. Maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon. I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I've even begun.
Who are these representatives exactly?
Oh, village elders, refugee leaders and the like. Wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own. So we've planned a summit of sorts. We've even invited the Antenna and the Quirin to the participate.
Alamigo stands at a crossroads. This meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings.
Then let's execute her and be done with it. She asked herself to be put to death. Nargo! I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we just round up everyone who collaborated? Everyone who didn't resist? There'd be no one left. You'd be no better than Theodoric and Xenos.
Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordola? Only, I caught a glimpse of her past, a moment of it anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, unforgivable things, but in some ways she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand.
Alright. speak with the prison guards when you're ready, and I'll come join you. I want to talk to her too.
I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordola her powers. Be fairly warned, friends. She will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. Alright, prison guard.
Is the commander's permission to enter then? Yes.
You were 5 feet away when we had this conversation, dude.
You were looking right at us.
Also, the commander's only in her position because of me. Just saying.
True. Fordola, your mom's hot.
wait for Bob and we can make our choice.
Kind of want to say the first one. I know that for those I've lost, for those I can yet save, is kind of the motto of the game, right?
Yep.
Or at least it has been so far. But I feel that's like patronizing her a little bit, because when she lost someone, she turned to the dark side, right?
Yeah.
So I want us to say, you know why you saw, right? Because the other two are patronizing her, and that's kind of not what we're here to do.
Nope.
Alright, so, you know why you saw. Can I say I'm a little concerned that they're having this conversation with the door open in a
Well,
world where bows and guns exist?
that and the whole reason why she had the echo flash into our mind is because she was charging up to try to do a sprint. At least that's what it seemed like to me.
Yeah. This game would never have a MacGuffin. How dare you? You, Natara, you're actually lying at this point. I'm sorry. Like, I'll take a lot of your gaslighting about this game, but
That's one step too far, Natara.
mainly because insofar as pretty much every game has MacGuffins. What's this? Our Reach Orchestra. Do I care about that?
You don't particularly care about it, no.
I like the way you don't particularly care about it.
I might invest in an apartment. I don't know.
Don't know if you care, but you have it. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Oh, that's not a good sign.
What's up?
It just started thundering here. It's a good sign insofar it means it will start raining, but may not be a great sign for me staying connected.
Oh, yes, those fun times.
Alright, Lise. Echoes of an echo. Lise is lost in thought. Is it hot where you are? Apparently it's hot back home. It's... Let's see. It is currently 85 outside. But it is humid as balls. Do you hear that? There was a clap of thunder pretty much right over my house. So warm, but it could be worse. Yeah, we it got up to like last Wednesday. It got up to like 101, 103, and we were out looking at cars, and there was a point where I was finding it hard to breathe. Yeah. All right. I don't know what that solved, if that solved anything exactly, but we've given $4 something to think about at least.
Aye, and I found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, but the visions only come to me when every now and then. From the way Fordola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. And it's a lot of bad memories to deal with. I wonder, could there be some sort of fundamental difference between one who's born with the Echo and one who's been artificially imbued with it? You think?
I don't know. Could there be a difference between a naturally green egg and one that has just been coloured in with felt tips? Well, the Immortal Flames have been sourcing that, scouring that research facility ever since we are in 4.1, Natara. We have literally we're like 4 quests into 4.1.
We're starting the 5th quest now.
Okay. We just did Scala, I think it's called.
Yep. The drowned city of Scala.
There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Ordin's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go pay him a visit, shall we?
I'd like to point out we had to do the drowned city of Scala without our pocket healer. Because they were off doing errands, I guess.
They were off doing something with fish or something. I don't know. Fucking Lalafels. Actually,
we wiped.
We wiped once.
Wiped once on the final boss.
We wiped a couple of times. There was a really frustrating mechanic on the first boss, Swampy, whatever it was called.
The Kelpie?
Where Kelpie, that's it. Where these balls of water would appear, and then they would have an AoE around them, and then he'd like push or pull you. And with 2 DPS and a healer, there was no where you couldn't go without getting killed. And then on the last boss, we all totally missed the tell for the mind control. So I got mind control, murdered the fuck out of our healer.
That was exciting.
Which was
because
fun.
I was also mind controlled and also participated in the stomping of the healer.
Well, no, you and the bard were attacking me.
Oh, were we? Is that what happened?
Yeah. So I killed the healer. The other 2 were stomping me, and right as it ended, a mechanic went off and killed me because I didn't have a chance to heal myself. And then the other 2 did what they could for a minute, and then we all died. I also put on this fantastic glam that I'm really proud of. I love the look of this thing. I really like this glam. Yes, the title of the stream is the title of the stream running errands. Yes, it is, because Jordan was running errands early in STO,
and we're also we're in post patch, which
Yeah.
if I remember anything from the other post-patch, the other two post-patches we've done, it's basically just running around and doing errands for everybody else.
I also found this. So now Alize can
You and Alize can be twinning.
suck it because I have her sword. This was just in my collection. I think it's the rapier from. It was called the Hailstorm Rapier. I'm not sure where I got it.
Shiva.
Shiva. Okay.
It would have been a pickup from like a Shiva themed coffer.
Oh. But yeah. I really like this glam. It's got that. It just works for me. And I think the sunglasses really work on it as well, personally. But
The
I need to
sunglasses
get
do
my-
work.
I need to get my earring back. But I'll do that after streaming. Haha, yeah, where's the lie? Right? Alright. Guarding McGuard face. Jordan Alden is inside. Aye, will you be joining him? No, we just came here to kick you in the fucking taint and leave. I mean, I'm tempted. I think this is another one where we might be phased, Jordan.
Probably, if we had to talk to a dude to get into it.
I'm doing an explorer. Oh, they're using this as a storage for dead bodies.
That's grim.
Oh, I should probably tell you both this last night. I caused a wipe in our WoW raid because I called Alpha now Awful Nerd, and one of the 14 players had never heard me call him that before. I laughed so hard they couldn't do anything.
Did you plug the stream right then and there, and they could hear us call him Alpha Nerd for 3 hours every other day, a couple times a week.
All right, talking to Rauban.
All right, Ralban.
Yeah.
What news? You spoke with Fordella, I take it.
Yes, as expected, she didn't say very much. It wasn't a total waste of time. Arenvold noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the Echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? Because she's got an overabundance of ether.
We've been hard pressed to just organise the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the science expert assistance if you have any time to lend a hand.
Sounds like a job for Kryl, if you ask me.
Indeed.
Like, it's literally her area of expertise, isn't it? Ethereal manipulation.
It's probably why she was one of the ones that was locked in this pod here.
Look at this here pod.
The device in which Kryl was held seems even more ominous now that you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the label Master Subject.
The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant, save that one right there. Unlike the other, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric waveforms. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. And this is the one Cryle was in?
Yes.
Alright. Well, we better go talk to fucking Cryle then, hadn't we?
Should. Alright, I'm talking to the investigator.
Yep.
So many bodies. Every one of them a victim of these experiments. Holy shit.
Yeah, did you not see these before?
No, I did.
I thought these were bodies from the war.
Me too. Few show signs of any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from the forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. Yeah, no. I thought these were bodies from the shit
From
going
the
on.
battle.
Yeah, from the shit
Yeah.
going on outside. Not the fact that these are corpses of the subjects from these experiments.
Alright, talking about man. What did we talk about? Oh, they're doing unethical science again? Yeah.
I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operations will be much appreciated. Shall we start with you?
Blah 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 blah.
Taken in combination with the testimonies of Cryle and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here.
Man, it sure would have been nice if we'd actually got to talk to Cryle.
Yeah. The enhancement procedure entailed infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Cryle, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura.
In other words, they were trying to recreate Cryle's echo.
I believe so, for which would explain our prisoner's present state. Cryle is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola.
Also, unsure if you've heard, but the voice actor of the current Awful Nerd has been playing through Final Fantasy XIV, and this Friday morning, along with the Better Twins voice actor, they're going to be doing the Coils of Bahamut. Nice!
That's fucking
I
dope.
won't watch. Not because I don't want to, but because I want to go into the Coils of Bahamut unspoiled. I have heard it is rather lore-rich. I would like to do the Coils of Bahamut someday. It's 5:30 a.m. Eastern, so that's early. Yeah.
Engender the same acute sensitivity in Fordola, so Lys.
Soldiers who guard Fordola. Many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door night and day. She can't help sensing their thought and seeing their past.
But you don't just see their past. You live it. All the emotions, all the pain. Imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Ysael was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Hraesvargur's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable.
That explains her request to be executed.
Sounds like to me kind of justice. Regardless, you can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Galamold, it would be not to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. It could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can of these god-forsaken procedures, and Fordolo remains our best source of information. Should not be getting her wish. Not yet.
Right.
Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned.
Understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. We should go talk to Kryl. You know, the person this entire conversation has been based around. Talking at least.
Plus, she's the smart one.
She is the smart one. I go looking for answers about the Echo. Then I go getting schooled by Railband. Get more evidence I don't know what I'm doing. No wonder people listen to him and not me.
General Aldin is a veteran of countless campaigns, Reese. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience.
I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. Makes me realise how much we rely on his authority. How much I still have to learn.
I wonder what you'll do when everything here is settled. I mean, it's his homeland. After going to the trouble of winning it back, might he not want to stay? There's a quandary which countless refugees now face. To continue the life they built in Old Dar, or start again, in the land of their birth.
Oh, Pippin.
Oh, hey. A moment. I'm newly returned from Uldar with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away to attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. Hi, guys! Just a reminder, I'm still a character, and there's a plot point in another city. An audience with the Sultana. Depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be a perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans.
Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Awful Nerd. But everyone's as comfortable with interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him as adventurers. Yeah, Pippin's great. I love Pippin. I guess we're off to talk to fucking Dynamo. Oh, this has just brought back that bad taste in my mouth.
Indeed it has.
Alright. A Sultana's strings. Awful Nerd's thoughts appear to have turned from adventurer to administration. Sultana's strings. higher up or something? Yes, I'm aware they're going to be talking about her being a marionette and a puppet. Except,
Well, the question of how to put the Mad King's treasures to good use shows no signs of answering itself. Shall we be about it, Arenvald? I am at your beck and call.
no, I should be getting back to my own tasks. I'll organise a squad to head down into the ruins and start preparing for the big meeting. Oh, and send none of my regards. I really don't want to go anywhere near her. I might stab her myself.
And ours too, if you please. We shall see you on your return. See,
Go on.
this is the thing. That is really starting to rub me the wrong way about these post patches. I forgot I had crisps. I just looked down at the floor and I saw my bag of
Chips and shit.
yeah. And I was just like, oh, I forgot I grabbed those to snack on. I was starting to feel peckish. But the slamming of the brakes and having us run back to old content.
See, I don't feel this is a slamming of the brakes, right? I just don't think they've communicated their intentions very well here. Because, like, it's not like in Heaven's Ward, where it was like dragons. Go check if Nanamo's okay. Here, we're talking about a liberated Alamigo, and we were just talking about how a bunch of refugees will have to make a decision about whether they stay in Uldar or come back to Alamigo. We're also dealing with a woman who, as far as we know, at the end of A Realm Reborn, was about to break down the system of governance of her city and do what Lise is trying to do now, which is start a new system of governmentship from scratch, right? So this one doesn't irk me as much as like the dragon stuff did. What does irk me, however, is we've barely seen Nanamo since we figured out the whole poisoning thing, and all I'm thinking of is the resolution of the poison storyline, and it's making me angry again. That might be my least favorite thing that's happened in the game so far, is the way that story played out. Anyway, if you would be so good as to teleport us, I'm going to go use the restroom right quick.
Yep, I got the teleport going. I think at one of these points, Nataro, seeing your note about the Omega Escape, is we might need to take a... Maybe when we hit Shadowbringers, kind of hit a spot where we want to take a break from story for a little bit, go back and do some of the raid series.
There's a Lalafil here called Scum.
Alright.
So I've done Alexander. I've done that raid series.
Okay.
Alexander is one of my favorite summons in all of Final Fantasy. Both of his appearances in 7 and especially him in 9. For a while there, when I was logging in every day, the FC ran me through. We went through Alexander.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't a huge fan of the Alexander raid. I'll be honest with you. The fights were fine. The fights were fine. I just didn't give a shit about the story, like, at all. The whole... can we discuss spoilers for the story? Has everyone done Alexander here?
I mean, I have. I don't remember much of the story, but I've done it.
Of course Natara's done it. So the story is basically a time loop. And they somewhat try and force you to give a crap about this one Ora woman, who is an incredibly shallow character. And I don't know whether it's all because I did it all in like a couple of days and just wasn't farming it as it came out, or didn't have time to let the characters sit or anything. But there's this big reveal that happens, and there's this love story thing, and it was just like, I don't care. I don't care. Like, the whole thing is based around this love story that is caught in this time loop, and you're supposed to care at the end when a certain thing happens, and all I could do is write, cool, now I never have to interact with that person again, because they hadn't had enough character development, and they hadn't had enough impact on me, if that makes any sense. So they just didn't stick. Where am I going? Chamber of... I feel that Coils of Bahamut might be slightly different, because I know that one of the focus characters in it is Alizé. I started doing the raid series for Heaven. No. The spooky ship, whatever the spooky ship was.
That's the Heaven's Ward Alliance raid.
Okay, I started doing those. And I just stopped. The whole void send thing really isn't interesting to me, because it doesn't play into the main story in any way.
Well, that's the thing about the Alliance raids, is that they don't... They're all after Crystal Tower. They're all side.
Yeah, I'm getting that sensation at this point. That I guess I'm so used to like. Sorry to bring up the comparison. I'm so used to WoW, where the raids are a continuation of the plot story of the patch story.
Mm-hmm.
And we have a new raid every patch, or every major patch, shall I say. Adapting to the way that 14 has done it, which sets the expectation with ARR, where they're like, this Alliance raid is plot critical. Mm-hmm. You must do it. It made me think, oh, well then I'm going to have to do all of the Alliance raids. It's like, nope, just this one.
I will say the Endwalker Alliance raid series, I think I might try to go back and do, and see if you do it with me, because it has to do with the 12. As in the 12.
I'm not saying I won't do them. I'm saying that they're not. Like the again, to use the WoW comparison, right? Mm. We did the 0.0 patch of the War Within, and the raid at the end of the War Within's first patch was Nerubar Palace, and when we killed the final boss of Nerubar Palace, we got a short cutscene that set up the 11.1 patch, right? Whereas the Alliance raids and the raid raids that I'm seeing in 14 just seem to be like, go do this cool content. You might learn some lore, you might not, but you're going to get gear and have some fun, right?
Yeah, which seems to be the extent of it, yeah.
Which is how they can get away with things like the Nier Automata stuff, because it's not critical to the player experience to do this stuff. Are the Bartholomew and this other dude brothers? Because they are identical twins except their hair color.
Probably. I don't think we ever learned the other dude's name. I think they just copy pasted a model and like, oh crap.
I'm gonna call him Frank. It's Bartholomew and Frank. Wasn't there already a Frank? I don't know.
Yeah, Frank was the merchant out in the outside of the Alamigo, where the Guardian soldier was paying for him to deliver.
Yeah, yes, there was, but I don't know. Just so many. All right, let's talk to Bartholomew. All right, catch you later, Natara. Ooh, Bartholomew. You're expected, my lady. Please proceed. It's been a while since we sat here. Yeah, see, this doesn't feel like too much of a breakneck to me because we're talking about Raoban and everything, right? All right, so before we move on from the line of having resigned myself to his loss. Oh, fuck, I wish Natara was still here. Am I mad? Isn't it intimated that these two are a thing? Is it not intimated that Raoban and Nanamo are an item?
I can't recall if it's intimated or if it's just us projecting because of all the other horniness from other characters we've been receiving. I thought he was just... I think I always just saw him as proud champion for her.
Huh. Because, like, the way that he reacts at the end of 2.4, when he hears that she's died, doesn't come across as just someone who's a brave champion, right?
Very says I thought he was more of a father figure to her or something. I don't.
I love how we've all got different readings of this.
Yeah.
Right, but if Pippin's his kid,
Adopted.
surely Oh, Pippin. Oh.
That Pippin makes clear is that he's adopted.
Oh, wow. That's a pertinent piece of information I didn't have.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Pippin makes it clear when he introduces himself as Ralban's son. He makes it clear that he's adopted.
Huh.
Oh, Pippin Tarupin, that's his last name. He's not Pippin Aldine, he's Pippin Tarupin. Pippin was 12 years old when his father sold him into the Blood Sands to pay off gambling debts. While serving under these conditions, he met Ralban, a refugee in prison on suspicion of espionage. Inspired young Pippin to focus on gladiatorial career. Ralban used his earnings to buy out Pippin's freedom, fearing his father may end up
So Ralban was a prisoner for espionage before all of this as well? You know what? Let's not get into it. Let's push on with the plot. It's almost 6 o'clock. Let's try and finish this cutscene, shall we?
Yeah.
You know, we could get down a fucking rabbit hole here.
Oh, there it is. They might be something. My most trusted advisor and dearest friend.
Right?
They were just roommates, right? Isn't that the old 50s
Yeah.
line? They're just roommates?
Like Bert and Ernie, they're just roommates. The first thing you're going to need to do is put on some fucking sunglasses, because those eyes will give you away in a second. Alright, so, given that it is 6 p.m., did we want to wrap up a little early before we get into anything?
Yeah, we can. I did have one thing from the cinematics we watched today.
Yes.
I wanted to bring up, but let me let Nanamo finish talking on my end.
Okay.
We talk a lot about not fully understanding villains' motivations and whatnot, and after watching that sort of flashback from Fordola's childhood, I could see why she would never really want to support the Alamegan liberation.
Yes, me too.
Like, okay, Fordola, I get it. They literally stoned your father to death in the street
Yeah.
in front of you. And I get it, the Guardians did nothing to sort of intervene on behalf, but still. The people who are the we want freedom stoned your father to death.
There's a... So... It's why I think... So we've got two... I have to be very careful about what I'm saying here. Two of the major focuses of this expansion have been female villains, right?
Yes.
One of whom we were given an echo flashback of some of their past that didn't quite line up with what that villain then told us later. I know it's little things like, oh, the abuse might have happened in the Empire or whatever. But we're told one thing and then shown another. Or rather, we're shown one thing and then told another.
Yes.
However, with Fordola, we've been given one coherent story. And as good as Yotsuyu's voice actress was, and she fucking ate at the table.
Yes,
right?
she did.
She was very, very good. Fordola's story hits home a bit more because it's more obviously coherent, right?
Yes.
Like when we just had the information from the Echo vision of Yotsuyu, where she was sold into the Empire, she was ill as a child, she was sickly and all of that kind of thing, and her family didn't like her. While it didn't excuse going as far as she's gone, it did make a lot more sense than now we have the story that she also gives us when she's monologuing about being married to a drunkard and all of this other stuff.
Right.
So we're given two different inciting incidents for the way that Yotsuyu acts. We've got one inciting incident for the way that Fordola is. And Fordola's makes so much more sense. Because... like, legitimately, if you told me if you'd have told me before we finished 4.0 that I would be rooting for a Fordola turnaround, I'd have called you a liar, right? I still don't think she should be redeemed. I still don't think she should survive whatever's going to happen. But I do think that of the two, I would rather see Fordola redeemed than Yotsuyu.
Yeah.
I don't want to see either of them redeemed because that somewhat downplay. Like, to go back to WoW for a moment, if you will allow me the indulgence.
Indeed.
At the end of Shadowbringers, they had a big elephant in the room, which was Sylvanas, right? Sylvanas had knowingly incited the Fourth War, which means she'd sent so many people to their deaths into the Maw. She basically turned her back on all of Azeroth and tried to betray the entire planet, right?
Right.
So they found this. They found themselves in this loophole where, they found themselves in this problem where, what do we do with Sylvanas? And I don't think they could have satisfied everyone with what they did, but what they came up with has been quite poetic, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's a poetic ending for either Yotsuyu or Fordola, right?
No.
Sure, I'm sure that Fordola could give us internal secrets into the Empire, or tell us that Xenos had a secret cloning facility so that whenever he dies, his consciousness goes into another body or whatever, because they're bound to find a way to bring it back somehow, because fuck. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be a way that they could get a poetic end for either of those a poetic continuation for either of those characters. I think both of them do have to have an ending, if you know what I mean. They're going to have to be, because they were both, what's the word I'm looking for? They have both done irredeemable things,
Yes.
right? And as much as you can poo-poo Shadowlands, one of the opportunities that Shadowlands did give us was to send Sylvanas walking through the afterlife, apologizing to each of the souls that she killed individually, right?
Yeah.
Which is what she's off doing. She's off gathering the souls that she sent to the Maw and directing them to where they're supposed to be in the afterlife, which is quite a poetic thing for her to be doing. And I'm sure she's going to show up at midnight when Silvermoon gets a thing, but I don't think there's that opportunity here for Dola or Yotsuyu, especially not Yotsuyu. Fordola may end up like being able to sacrifice herself to undo the conditioning of the machinery that we've been dealing with, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Yotsuyu's just a mass murdering fuckhead. She has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. At least we know that Fordola has some redeeming qualities insofar as she isn't this way entirely by choice.
Right.
So, and it's quite interesting to me. Anyway, would you do me the honors and check to see if you have a raid target, my friend?
I have a potential target.
Let me see if I've got anyone. Let's say, where's Adam? Zeppler's on. Decked Out is on. Seabats is doing some necro dancing. Go ahead and let's go to your.
Well, mine were Seabat, Zeppler, Angie.
Okay. Let's hit up. Let's hit up Zeppler. So Zeppler is currently doing some World of Warcraft farming. For those of you who don't know, there's currently an event during July going on, which is very much inflating a lot of the drop rates for mounts from dungeons and raids,
Mhm.
and other rare things, not just necessarily not necessarily just mounts, but so you will find a lot of people who are playing WoW content right now doing exactly that. They are doing mount farming
Loot farming.
and loot farming.
Yeah.
Currently, she's in the Return to Karazhan mega dungeon, which is interesting. So yeah.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming and checking us out. Please make sure you follow us here on Twitch so you know when we go live. But Twitch do be twitching and doesn't always send the alerts through.
Yeah.
Doesn't always send the alerts through. Sorry, the command. I thought I put the right command in, but apparently it's a singular command, not a plural command. So please make sure you follow us on any of the 4 major microblogging platforms. Twitter, we are 321 Podcast. Blue Sky, we are 321tv.bsky.social. Threads, we are at 321_tv.live. And on Mastodon, on the mastodon.social server, we are at 321_tv. Please check out our YouTube channel for our archives. And that is bit.ly/321_Y_T. Also check out our merch store. Where we have things like polo shirts, basketball shorts, sweatpants, and that is 321-tv-shop.fourthwall.com.
Yeah.
It's just Nightbot's just being slow as I'm trying to get us out of here.
Yeah.
So we're going to send you off as we always do to go raid the Sepla. Make sure I push that button you've already used it. And that's guys, gals, non-binary pals, and all those beyond that spectrum. In the words of the 16th President of these United States, Abraham Lincoln, please be excellent to each other. Party on gender-specific honorifics, and we will see you
Next time.
Peace.
Read us through.